Hello, and welcome to Thursday Nighter Round 3. Games are already live. I'm a bit late starting here. We have two events we're covering tonight. One is the Master Squad on camera here. And the other is the main event, the Premier section. So this is 1700 plus and a large tournament field. And then we also have the open section playing alongside. Anyone can enter the open section. So 3 sections playing tonight. Premier and Master Squad on DGT, and Open are also playing in the club. And maybe we have a couple open games on DGT boards as well. What the Master Squad is, though, that you see on camera here is an event we have trying to attract more high-rated players to the club. It's a section at the very top on its own. 3 masters are invited, free entry, and then the 4th player is the winner of the Premier section from the month prior. So Premier section usually gets players rated 1900 to 2100, up to 2150 really. And so yeah, this is kind of the idea that the best player in that section from the month prior gets a chance to face off against some stronger players that we invite, and there's also a prize fund for that tournament. So this month's Master Squad, the invited masters are Dane, Jonathan, and Ethan Hunt. And the invited player, or I mean not invited player, but the qualifying player is Robert Donahue. So a very strong quad this month. Yeah, Dane's Florida 2100, very good. Clearly proven he's that strength or higher. National Master Ethan Hunt has already gotten that title, so we know he's strong. Robert Donahue has actually gotten very close to National Master, up I think 2190, 2187, something in that range, and currently 2150. And Jonathan also National Master, already achieved it. Let's look through a few of the rest of the boards we actually have on DGT, see what we're going to be looking at tonight. So it looks like we do have an open section game, Barry Lazarus against Albert Yang. Going to be following this one. And this is the Premier section. We got Norm Myron against Sophia. Like it's starting off like a scotch. We're going to have a sharp game here. We've got Eddie Wasserman, club veteran, everyday Eddie, playing all the tournaments. Strong player, always above 2,000, or if he's below that, you don't want to be playing him that day. Playing against William Murphy, recent club returner, very long time Minnesota chess veteran, trying to make a push towards master himself, and so needs to get those games in. We've got Ryan against Miles. Ignore these ratings, by the way. We have some sort of issue with the broadcast where it's not actually syncing the correct ratings, so some of these players are not showing their actual ratings. Miles around 2,000. And we have National Master Thomas Babcock against National Master Nathan Hoover. So even though this game is in the Premier section, we have matchup of 2 masters. So we do get a lot of strong players in the club. Tonight, how many masters we have playing? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 national masters playing tonight, plus a couple guys that have gotten very close and are probably on that path, definitely. All right, so yeah, that's all 8 boards. Let's just go through them all again one more time. We have 8 boards we're covering tonight. Nathan against Thomas against Nathan. Got Ryan against Miles. Oh, this is not actually a game. Okay, so 6 boards we're actually covering tonight. We got William against Eddie. Sophia against Norm. Barry against Albert. Ethan against Robert. And Dan against Jonathan. Yeah, here both these ratings totally wrong. Dane's Florida 2100, so definitely wrong. Recently earned that through, I think, a huge number of games above 2100. And Jonathan's close to 2200. So let's look at this opening. Let's start with this one. Dane D4 player, every game. Makes sense. Jonathan, a bit less predictable. Okay, KGA. Ready to get sharp. The old variation. So, shown in the Masters database, this played 2% of the time. Main moves here, knight f6 and e5. So a6, probably already maybe pulling Dane into unfamiliar territory. At least it should be, because it's super rare. Bishop takes c4. Just Dane not one to really blink at anything off beats. Just gonna play normal principled moves. And knight f6. Now he's already sitting in for a think on move 5. So interesting opening here. Looks like Masters are playing knight f3. Makes sense. Get developed, get that king castled. And Jonathan here is basically playing to take Dane out of prep, make him start thinking for himself early with this kind of offbeat move, a6. All right, let's take a look at the opening between Ethan and Robert. Robert, quite the attacker, always playing for active pieces, dynamic play, really is up for double-edged games. Ethan, not totally sure on his style. I know he's a well-prepared player, known to be good at openings. So d4, knight f6, pretty principled start. To knight f3. Let's see what we're getting into here. Open, quick lash at the center. Okay, so trying to get back towards something. Just a normal anti-Nimzo. Oh, but g6 is kind of going like Grunfeld territory. I'm not too familiar with this myself, as I'm a Nimzo player. So not quite lashing with c6 and g6. I'm playing e6. So I might be learning alongside you guys when it comes to this opening. Principal move, just getting developed. You know, now must some Roxy binds. Okay. So this is an opening I'm familiar with now that we get e4 in. I'm an e4 player. I play Roxy bind myself, and this is getting very close to just a very standard Roxy bind type position. So Ethan, not worried by any move orders. I think he's probably got some good experience with e4 himself, and already getting into a comfortable position here. Let's turn this bar on. Yeah, plus 1.3 already. So yeah, Robert though, not one to worry about a bad evol. he just plays chess and sees what happens. But this is a nice type of position to have against Robert. Nice clamp on the center, very active pieces. Moroxi known for, you know, clamping down and not allowing any active play for your opponent, which Robert wants that active play. So I'd say this opening phase has already gone pretty well for Ethan based on player personalities. I'm going to try to see if I can get the chat. To make sure I'm not missing any comments or viewers. Pretty new to the live casting here. Just pulling up the chat on my second screen here if I can figure this out. Alright, let me just pull this up on my phone, just make sure I actually live here. Alright, perfect. So recording for, the players playing right now, no viewers, but I do have the chat up now just in case we get any. And in the future, when I've got a second commentator on here with me, I am going to co-stream to Twitch, where I think we'll get a fair bit more viewers than YouTube. But YouTube is pretty nice because we can make sure we have the whole recording saved and everyone can watch it at their leisure after playing. So let's look at this game between Barry and Albert. Okay, Scotch. Looks like these are all mainline theory moves. Okay, they're following Masters. Bishop e3, second most played, Knight c3 a bit more common. And so it makes sense why Albert is thinking here. Probably seeing Knight c3 a fair bit more. Or castles. But Bishop e3, master mainline theory move. We're just still kind of watching the opening develop here. And both players playing very well. Alright, Sophia against Norm. we have another Scotch. If only I played the Scotch, I'd be a better commentator tonight. Okay, this one though is not not even close to mainline theory, so looks like in this position, knight f6, bishop c5, bishop b4 check, and queen f6 are played by masters. D6 already super rare. Makes sense. Just a normal move. Getting ready to develop the bishop. But already kind of showing that Norm's maybe not a theory nerd in this area. So kind of a bit funny that in the open section they're really showing their knowledge of master theory, both playing the top moves continuously, and in the section above another Scotch game, but they're already just kind of going to their own territory. So normal developing move, already completely no master games here, but moves are making sense, but giving a bit of space to white. If you think, white's got a lot more kind of grip on the center, and black's really kind of playing with 6 rings. So this is already showing kind of +1, probably just for that space advantage. Space equals more options, more ability to develop your pieces how you see fit. But that said, still a very solid position for black here. And this one is probably going to be long game. Both sides playing very logical opening, but neither side getting a huge advantage. Definitely prefer white here though, just because they are playing with a bit more options. But that's what happens when you play the white pieces. Black doesn't always get the luxury of space unless you're really playing super critically and striking out at the center right away, and d6 is not usually on that agenda. Okay, let's look at William against Eddie. Let's see how this one's going. So starting with ready here. Okay, knight f6, flexible, ready to transpose to d4 openings. c4, okay, paired with knight f3. These moves go hand in hand. d4 also kind of paired with knight f3. But c4, knight f3, almost interchangeable with a lot of the openings that are played by, say, a ready man. Okay, c6, already a bit unfamiliar for me. Okay, logical. Develop knights before bishops, and you've already got this pawn up. Pretty much always going to be logical to bring the other knight behind. Okay, d5, threatening d4. So it makes sense you want to play d4 yourself. Don't want to get to reverse Benoni. No need to swap colors if you're white, but black would probably be very happy to take a little extra space. So d4 makes a lot of sense, but now we're, it's kind of like, what's the point of playing knight f3? Maybe kind of tricked them into playing a different d4 system than they wanted to, but this is what seems to happen a lot of times with knight f3, knight f6. Also in my games, I play knight f3, knight f6, black, and very often I just quickly transpose to my d4 opening. So hopefully Eddie wanted to play this Slav. I'm sure he did. He's a pretty well prepared player. And yeah, just getting into very mainline Slav. The most mainline of mainlines. So yeah, pretty funny here. Starting with the ready, starting with, we don't want to play any known things, no d4 to start, but now we're really just getting into super main lines. Already 16,000 master games here. Okay, b3 a bit more rare. So bishop g3 is the main line. b3 is second most played by masters. And both these guys are getting ready for the long haul. Just gonna develop, castle. They both have good claim to the center. Black would probably like to trade some pieces. They're a little bit lacking space. But I'd say Black is very happy with an opening like this because, you know, he's going to be able to play b6, bishop a6, or whatever his plan is to get this bishop out. But White's really not tried to damper these pieces from developing. You know, this is going to be a problem a little bit, but all the pieces came out naturally. Black got their share of the center. That's always a success for Black. So let's take a look at Ryan against Miles. So let's go from the opening. E4, b6, okay, makes sense. Miles, he's got a reputation as a b6 main. I know he plays a lot of b3 as White, or he gets b3 in there. So he's a Owen, Nimzo Larson, you know, likes those bishops on long diagonals type of guy. And Ryan, you know, just taking the center. If you're not going to fight for it, I'll be happy to take it. So Ryan playing principled, you know, classical, and Miles playing hyper modern. I'm just going to point my pieces at the center and then I'll strike later. Okay, knight c3, pretty good. Knights before bishops. You know, maybe you want to get c4 before knight c3 if you want to be the most greedy positional possible, but you do need to defend this pawn from this threat. And knight c3 pretty flexible. You're defending, plus you're kind of still leaving the option f3 open at some point in the future. f3 pretty nice against if you build this big pawn chain that makes this bishop look kind of stupid. So if you can get some sort of setup with f3, it makes a lot of sense. Okay, makes sense. Wants to get this bishop out. And kind of going for, you know, the Austrian attack type thing, Perk. Don't love this, mainly because, you know, look, Black has done his whole strategy around making sure this bishop is good, so, you know, and pawns can't move backwards. I think this pawn kind of wants to be on f3 this game. You really just want to make this bishop look stupid if you possibly can, and once you play f4, it's always going to be a useful piece. But f4 has its own merits. You're threatening f5. You're taking, you know, kind of more principal space, getting ready to develop the knight behind your pawn phalanx, and look how much space you control. Yes, you do control that as well. So White definitely owning a lot more of the board right now. Okay, develop. Got to get the pieces out in castle. Make as few pawn moves as possible. That's how you stay equal or ahead in development. So both sides playing principled opening right now. Touching each piece once. You know, if you move the same piece twice, you make a lot of pawn moves. Things can start to go hairy quick if your opponent follows the rules of the opening and touches each piece once and makes as few pawn moves as possible. So yeah, in that effect, f4 almost it doesn't really gain any time. You know, you're not developing, so black's kind of already you get a bit of space and stuff, but you get some prospects of f5. You get some prospects of controlling more squares, but you kind of exchanged a development move for that because pawn moves are not developing moves. So to me, it's already making sense why the eval bar is showing minus 0.2, very equal, but starting to trend towards black because it just makes sense. This is what a hypermodern player wants. This bishop is good. This knight is good. All his pieces are coming out. None of his pieces are bad. This knight's going to come out later. He's going to castle easily. He's going to be able to play something like d5. You know, you really haven't even given him something to think about. Versus, what do I even like? So f3, computer doesn't even like that. But that's kind of what I like. Because say we continue just how the game went. Well, yeah, and I'm not claiming to be an expert on these positions, but and it is tough because, you know, how are you supposed to be well prepared to handle positional middle game against a b6 player who plays it all the time when you don't? So Miles probably knows these positions a lot better than myself. So it makes sense it's already kind of trending towards an equal position that, yeah, it's even been seen in a couple master games and a lot of Elite Chess games, just 94. This can't take it pinned. Bishop supports through. So this isn't really attractive. So yeah, we'll see how this one develops. And final game here, we have Thomas against National Master Nathan Hoover. So both veterans and playing the King's Pawn game. Very classical. So let's see what they have in store for each other. Both like to play a lot of different openings, but main lines, classical openings, stuff that's really going to test their opponent. So Ruy Lopez makes perfect sense. This is going to be a nice strategic battle. I'm actually practicing Ruy Lopez myself. It's the last kind of area of my opening repertoire that's I was playing something dubious, playing 2d4 center games, so definitely can appreciate how much work goes into trying to prepare to play the Ruy Lopez. Black has a lot of options. And looks like starting with, okay, a6 main line, bishop a4, and knight f6. And knight takes e4, okay. So open. I actually have been studying this. So both are playing main line. And this is definitely main line. And pretty soon here, black's got bishop takes f2 ideas. Yep, knight bd2 before bishop c2 is nice. So Tom is definitely showing some class. Castles, bishop c2. And Nathan's probably thinking quite hard about not bishop takes f2, but knight takes f2. Because this is the main line from Master Games. And probably what will appear on the board, I wouldn't be surprised. The reason why knight bd2 here was a nice classy move by Thomas is because this actually happens fairly often in master games, where they mistake the move order. They're thinking, okay, I'm going to surprise this guy with knight takes f2 Dillsworth, and they just take. And they haven't castled yet, and that actually is a serious issue. And it's not an issue because they haven't castled yet. It's an issue because this bishop is still attacking d5. So in the critical variation, where black takes, and they can play f6 right away, or they can play bishop takes, pawn takes, and f6, and this is kind of matching the line from the game or the line from main master games when castles and bishop c2 has already happened, but not quite, because now white instead of having to play king g1 back right away, because this and this is coming, they can just take here. And now the problem is this pawn still has issues. So I think I'm messing up the move order here a little bit, but anyways, that's a very important consideration when you're playing this like hypercritical variation of the Open Ruy Lopez, which is interesting. Nathan's doing this, really trying to test Thomas's critical knowledge, playing one of the most sharp variations that requires theoretical knowledge. But now, yeah, this is definitely the mainline version. Okay, so this is how it could definitely go. And you can just play f6 here. You don't need to take right away. You can maybe bait them to play e takes f6. This is actually a much... e takes f6 is definitely a master move too, but knight f1. Now they have to take. Gotta pull the king back. And now black has a lot of options. They can play queen d6, queen d7, bishop g4. Some amateurs might play e4. Yes, e4, very common in blitz games, but that's just kind of playing into white's hands. You can't even just take here. No, you can't. You'll get mated. So definitely got to be careful. You can see why black likes this type of variation, but bishop e3 covering queen f2 check, and now you can take. So yeah, I actually was studying this a week and a half ago. You can see why Ruy Lopez is a big burden of an opening to learn, because not only do you have this hypercritical variation to learn, you also are going to have Caruana's new course, the Dark Archangel, which is pretty infamous. So instead of knight takes e4 here, if they play something like b5, bishop b3, bishop c5. Actually, I think it's Archangel, so still learning all this myself. I think this would be more b5 first. Now knight f6. So, yeah. Not showing my knowledge here yet. Definitely haven't learned too much yet, but let's see. What other sharp variations are there in Ruy? So open here is definitely one of the most sharp, but There's also the Danish Gambit here. Early f5. They can play early bishop c5 here. They call the classical variation. I think even played by Gukesh. Steinitz. About 13 different chapters of strong options Black can try, or maybe, 8 to 9 strong options and a few sidelines. But definitely a beast of a position to take on an attempt, so definitely impressive by Thomas to have that in his repertoire. And yeah, we're still here in the critical mainline theory. Knight takes f2, definitely the move. But since it hasn't already been... Oh, and it has been, okay. So this is live in the game. Still theory. And yeah, okay, he takes f6, so... To my current knowledge, knight f1 is slightly more accurate. But this is definitely not a bad move, played by many masters. Probably going to snap here. King takes, and queen takes f6, and I wouldn't be surprised to see either knight f1 or king g1. So yeah, very interesting games here. Alright, well, we've gone through each board, the very opening phase, so I'm going to flip back to Dan against Jonathan. And got a nice IQP here. Gonna be strategic fight. Still 4 pieces on the board. So Dane's got the IQP. He wants to avoid piece trades and attack this king. Black wants to maybe trade some pieces, control this square, maybe eventually pick on this pawn. So this one's definitely going to be a nice, long, strategic battle. Both sides having good chances, good even eval here with the opening almost over. And we got our Maroczy binds. So Ethan playing all just standard developing moves. Robert shoving this pawn down. Ethan saying, I don't care, just playing g3. He's got all his pieces in perfect position. He's controlling the center. And, this flank pawn play doesn't have any supported pieces. This king's in total safety, getting ready to expand further. Maybe after he controls this square a little bit, maybe he's going to pick on this pawn later. So Ethan really in kind of commanding position here. Needs to just kind of keep his grip. And Robert could be in some trouble, but we know Robert's got perfect calcs, or very good calcs. So he is not one to mess with if the position ever opens up a bit. But this one looking very good for Ethan. Opening phase. Okay, so this one's heating up quick. So attacking the rook, getting out of danger, attacking the rook again, developing the last piece while defending the threat. Get the rook on the file. Let's defend the pawn. Makes sense. Hit this pawn, multi-purpose. Far away from this knight. Knight takes 4 moves to get here. So not attacking that queen anytime soon. Computer liked queen a4, slightly better, hitting this bishop and pawn. Okay, allowing en passant. Who can resist en passant? I mean, if your opponent allows you to play this special move, you must do it, but nice protected pass pawn here probably would have been better to actually preserve this thing. You don't want to let him anchor this knight, but and you're maybe worried about f4. So I can see it. Does give you this square for your knight as well. And yeah, getting prepared to play b4, shut this bishop out of the game, make this bishop stare into granite. Really liking White's position here. Barry playing this well. Black's got some positional weaknesses. Some trumps to their own. Nice centrally outposted knight, but can be traded off at any moment. I guess not this moment, but soon. Probably do want to trade this guy off soon. You really can't leave a centrally outposted knight for your opponent for an extended period of time without it becoming a serious issue for your position. So if they get a knight like this, you need to make a plan to get rid of it, trade that thing off. And never be afraid to trade off some pieces of your opponents if they are very well placed. But these bishops looking very nice. Slicing. So I can see where Albert's coming from, but looks like positional weaknesses are a little bit too much here. And a lot of his positional trumps, like this bishop pair and rook on the open file, are about to get shut down by b4. And c5's, not coming, and you can gang up on this pawn. But especially b4 will shut down the piece activity, and then you still have the weaknesses, but now you don't have the strengths. All right, I'm going to leave it on Norm or Sophia here and take a very short break. right, so let's take a look at what's going on. C5 just happened here. Out of Master's territory, but it's still in the realm of blitz games. Looks like a very even score with Knight F3 retreat and 40% white wins, 13% draws, 47% black wins. Okay, we got a tactic here. Let's look what happened. So this was normal central build-up. Okay, and then Eddie decides to make his play. He needs to get this piece out eventually. Decides, you know, he's not going to go the b6 route, so he needs to come out this way. But this gives white, you know, even though they're not quite castle, they don't have the rooks ready, but they're pretty well prepared for the action to kick off. We got a lot of piece trades. Okay, nice pressure here. And now, okay, this is kind of a dream IQP for black. It should be two, just ignoring this threat. Yeah, because queen c7 double threat. Boom. Boom. So William getting a little complacent in the opening here. You know, he doesn't want black to play knight takes f3 and double his pawns, but to take is a mistake is the usual principle, because when this piece recaptures, it goes from this square to this more active square, and black didn't spend any tempo on that. You know, they recaptured, but so whenever you capture one of your opponent's pieces, it's usually allowing them to improve their position without spending any other moves. And so that's why this kind of starts to lead towards, okay, now instead of this bishop kind of being on this diagonal, it's pressuring this knight. It's still pressuring this pawn. And boom, tactic. So there's some positional lead up to that. And not saying that he had a ton of better options, because he also wants to play here because he's worried about here, but same thing, to take is a mistake. You're allowing this knight to come out for a free tempo. So even when you start to get into a position when it looks like these are the best moves for white, but something went wrong a little earlier, or this just kind of shows why if you just kind of auto-develop, well, black's going to get a good position too, because they're going to force you to make these captures because these threats are coming. And when you make these captures, black's getting closer to equalizing. So white's made 1 capture, 2 captures, 3 captures, and it's led to these tactics. But definitely not game over. Ooh, okay. So this is interesting. Knight e4, quite the move. Threatening the queen. But black's got a killer below here. Queen h5. Only move for black. You stay on the diagonal. This is going to be a nightmare. So this could be a miniature. One way or the other at this point. Eddie had a miniature last week. He could have one this week, queen h5. And let's look at the resulting tactics. You know, this king in extreme danger, and there's no way you can block. the discoveries, you know. Can't throw a knight here. I mean, even if you could, the bishop would take. So this is just not looking great. Take. Doesn't solve your threat. So yeah, very interested to see what's happening here. Eddie taking his time, making sure Queen h5 works. Making sure d takes e4. He doesn't like that better. You know, I'll include that first. A lot to think about here. D takes e4, knight takes e4. Easy for me to sit here with the engine and say, okay, Queen h5, is he going to find it or not? But I mean, your queen's under attack though, so you're not really thinking about d takes e4 or knight takes e4. You got to move your queen. So you're kind of thinking about Queen h5 or maybe somewhere along the diagonal. Maybe Queen d6. But then you'll be taken. So no. Taken. So Queen b8 is the only real option. And then you got this disaster. So I'd be shocked if he doesn't find Queen h5. Alright. So we can see Dane. So in the camera view we have Ethan in the bottom right, and we have Dane in the top right. So then Robert will be on the bottom left, and Dane's opponent Jonathan is across from him. Jonathan probably most prominently viewed when he's at the board. We're seeing Norm Payson there. Alright, but let's take a look at Ryan against Miles, how the game's developing. Okay, so trying to threaten this pawn. So Black missing a chance here. Peter really liking doubling those pawns, just developing. Castle queen side. So pretty unclear, but this is minus 1.5. This makes a lot of sense. I mean, just continuing development, getting ready queenside castle anyways. But you did give White the chance to consolidate and not have these pawns get doubled. Okay, and that's what we have. We just got an equal position again. Expecting White to also castle queenside, although he's probably thinking pretty hard about castle kingside as well. Maybe making this a double-edged game, just going for it. Kind of a preference choice. Yeah, this is giving Black a little bit better chances, but both still in the realm of playability. So, interesting though, goes to show you really can't. If you just kind of go, I'm going to get all my pieces out, I'll let them get all their pieces out. Yeah, it's fine. We can both skip the opening and we'll start the middle game, but both sides usually do have some opportunities to, you know, instead of autopilot develop, let me snap that knight. You know, let me play some moves that make it difficult for my opponent to accomplish his opening goals. because yeah, chess is, it's pretty nice. You want to solve all your own problems, like your own development, but also need to try to pose as many problems as possible for your opponent in the process. If you can do both at the same time, amazing. Okay. So Eddie's still thinking here about queen h5. Okay, so Thomas against Nathan. Okay, we've got the Dillsworth playing out. And this is actually a losing move. So we can see why this variation is popular among masters. This knight sack is a very popular move. This is mainline theory. There's actually a Caruana game, not knight g3, but king g1. Yeah, but how are you supposed to remember all this unless you are doing a lot of opening work? You can see why Nathan did this. He's a resourceful player, and will realize that Thomas just wanted a positional, nice Roy game, and he's going to pick the variation that's the sharpest and requires the most theoretical knowledge, hoping that Thomas is not studying his Rui theory on the daily. Because knight g3 makes sense on paper, but you do need to get out of this for reasons that are in my opening file, but I don't completely understand. But we'll see it in this game. Because if black was to put on the most maximal pressure here, they're just going to bring their last rook into the game. Now, when we finally get out, the most popular move is knight takes f3, which just totally ruins black's advantage, but they can play bishop g4. This actually occurred in one master game, and they did play knight takes f3, which ruined the advantage. But bishop g4, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. And you can see why people don't like it, because you can take this pawn with check, but it doesn't even matter. So yeah, chess is hard. I can't imagine. This is why I like playing one opening repertoire, so I can actually prepare for stuff like this. Because if you move around all the time, if you play a lot of different first moves, if you play Rui and Italian and d4 and knight f3, like how are you supposed to be prepared for a sharp line like this? Because yeah, this is the theoretical way to play up until knight g3, but there's still a lot of chess left to play here, so let's see how this plays out. But so far, opening has gone very well for Nathan. Pulled Thomas into an extremely sharp line, and Nathan knew it a little better. Yeah. Oh, welcome to the chat, Evan. King got here via king takes f2, so this was actually... This is all mainline theory of the open Ruy Lopez. And typically here, instead of e takes f6, white can play knight f1, bishop takes, king takes, takes here, and now they can kind of step back, take that tempo that they took to take the pawn back to get their king a little bit safer. But since he kind of, in this game, went for e takes f6, this is allowing him to get his queen in right away. This is still playable, but... oops, sorry. This is how it happened in the game. Um, so yeah, actually that was all theory line. Let me jump back and forth because I don't think any of that happened in the game. I was just analyzing. So king takes f2. Yeah, they have played several moves in the game. So knight takes f2, rook takes. Okay. Yep, and knight g3 is the problem here. Okay. So got to get your king out. And now Nathan's thinking here. Yeah, and he did it. He traded him. Yeah, he traded it because he knew this is a mainline theory way to play. So Nathan's pretty well prepared. You know, there's master games here. Not here, but yeah, like here, there's almost 300 master games. So this is kind of like a sack, but it's more of like an opening theory sack. Yeah, because you can rely if you're going to sack a piece and you've seen that there's already 300 masters that have done it, including Carlsen and yeah, the top game here is Mamedyarov against Carlsen, then MVL against Mamedyarov, Caruana against Nakamura, Caruana against MVL, Hans Niemann against Carlsen. That's interesting. I wonder if Nathan saw that game because this is actually following a game between Carlsen and Hans Niemann, probably from Title Tuesday. So this game right here is Carlsen against Niemann. I'm pretty sure Carlsen won this one. So that's pretty funny. I wouldn't be surprised if Nathan had seen the Carlsen against Niemann game in Title Tuesday and decided to play Open Rui because of that. But also would be a good practical weapon just to play against a guy trying to get a positional game with Rui and you say, sorry, I actually am just going to play the sharpest variation possible. Yeah, they actually are playing GM theory up to this point, so this is where they exit. If they play bishop e3 here, this is, there's 97 games here. Including very top GMs, 2,700 plus. So this is still within GM theory for sure. All right, but let's bounce around a little bit. So we have Dane against Jonathan. These guys are on camera. Dane's in the hat and the plaid shirt. Okay. So thinking about what to do. Got a pretty equal position here. Black still needs to solve this bishop. It's staring at the pawn, but on its way to a nice diagonal and threatening to take white's bishop pair. So it's not as simple as just develop your last piece. I mean, you're going to lose your bishop pair. You probably want to get this thing out. So got a positional game here. I mean, also he's got the IQP. You know, he's worried probably about. I mean, he can't take combative tactics, but at least I can see that. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. Let's jump to the Meroxy bind. So just doubling on the C file. And you'd think it'd be to get this open. But Ethan's probably studied this a lot more than I have. Because I'm not totally clear how White is going to develop the position here, although they do have a great position with a lot more space, a lot of control over the center. It's plus 1.1 eval, and they've had a strong eval throughout, which makes sense when you control a lot more space and have a lot more move options. King h7, he's okay, c5. So he's making a play. All his pieces are perfectly optimized, and he wants the c file open. So he's calculating d5, calculating this. If d5, we got e5, and also interesting, enterprising knight sack. Yeah, this hang the queen, bad tactics, but yeah, okay. Knight take, it's not even a knight sack. So if you take here, yeah, the queen is unprotected, and you're threatening to play knight takes f6, intermezzo, check the king, and then recapture the queen. So it makes sense that this is a very straightforward variation to find over the board. Or it looks like this would be a lot stronger. I mean, now you're staring at here, so you might as well shift this battery. So c5 makes a lot of sense because also, let's say he takes. This just looks kind of like a disaster. Now it's setting up for this nice battery he already set up. And yeah, you've got a discovery on this queen, but it's kind of staring at, where's this bishop going to go to make a threat? You just move the queen if they do. So c5 makes a ton of positional sense. Computer likes best move bishop b6. Just kind of cold-blooded, ignore it. If you take, I'm gonna get a tempo on your queen. Even though this rook will be steering at a backwards pawn, I guess the tempo on the queen is worth it. So not an easy position to play at all. I mean, I wouldn't be really considering bishop e6. I'd be considering resolving the pawn tension. So this one's still got a lot of life left. Robert's still got active pieces, and you never know, this could help later. But Ethan's got a nice grip, and we'll see how it plays out. I am interested to see if Eddie found queen h5. He did. So we've got a deadly position here. Oops. Okay. And now he's trying to figure out what to do, and there is nothing to do. This is minus 4.7. So this is a tough game. Looks like it's going to be close to a miniature. And Eddie, this is the second week in a row Eddie's had one, so Eddie plans some really strong openings that really are putting the max pressure on. Yeah, okay, g4. He's got mate in 3. It looks like pretty straightforward. Yeah, g4 is a pseudo resignation. But there's nothing, so what are you supposed to do? Yeah, just move the bishop. Queen h2 check, king f3 only move, and then queen h3. And bishop covers f4, pawn covers e4. So Eddie playing some crushing chess lately. And William playing a decent opening, but kind of just getting right into mainline Slav theory, and Eddie knew his Slav theory. Maybe almost reverted himself into an unfamiliar area. Yeah, everything's logical here, but the tactics are all favoring black. Yep. It's over. So, congratulations to Eddie. First game of the week done. 2 weeks, 2 miniatures. Eddie's having a really strong month. And over a very strong player, too. William Murphy, expert. And definitely knows his stuff. So, just kind of got caught in the opening by Eddie, who knew his Slav theory well. I mean, didn't really. I'm not sure if he intended on going into the Slav, starting with the ready. Always a bit of a risk when you. Well, he could be a ready player himself, but if you are trying to move over to your opponent with ready and you kind of get maybe into one of their main openings, unrealizing can be rough. But very interesting game, well played by both players, and definitely looking forward to seeing a rematch of these two in the future. All right, let's get. Okay, so Miles, Ryan against Miles. Okay, so Ryan hasn't committed to one side or the other yet. Miles definitely going queen side. And he's getting ready to attack that king, so he's got to think he's maybe favoring queenside castles coming up, but got to get this queen out of danger. Check to the miserable queen. Attacking the queen's almost like checking the king, not quite, but you can't really consider even this. For example, you lose your queen. So thinking about where to shift his queen to, and then I bet you he's wondering how he's going to do this. I mean, you got to just take. You're about to get trapped. So, I don't know. I'd favor white here, even though I think both sides have really good chances, and it's a pretty equal position. Let's see which side he castles. This one's definitely going to shape up for some more fireworks. All right, let's see how this open Ruy Lopez is going. Ooh, okay, so knight g3. Okay, best move. And here, yes, he played knight takes f3. Okay, so Nathan following Masters, following 47 games in the Blitz database, only 14 in comparison. By the way, the average rating of the knight takes f3 players is 2283. So very strong players playing knight takes f3, but this is a pretty big mistake. Goes from -3 to pretty even eval. And bishop g4 would have been the way to pour on the advantage, close this game out from the opening phase. But that's not transparent at all, playing over the board. So knight takes f3, very natural. And this is still a very double-edged game. So now we're back to even eval though, but very on the edge of Nathan. So after queen trade though, we are getting into an endgame, and we have white does have 2 pieces for the rook, which is pretty significant material advantage. but black does have 2 extra pawns. I definitely rather have the pieces. And so this could shape up to be an interesting endgame where we can see how Thomas can maneuver with 2 pieces against a rook, because these rooks are active, the bishop is nice, and he does have 2 pawns. But bishop pair is no joke in the endgame, and especially once you can activate everything, this could be nice for white. So yeah, let's see how this plays out. All right, let's get Ethan against Robert, so very closest board on the camera. And yeah, we got Maroczy bind that's kind of resolved into hanging pawns here. So white definitely is pressuring black. You know, these pawns are weak. But black has mostly solved their major problems. I mean, they've traded a minor piece, so white has some space, but it's not the end of the world. And now it's kind of settling into, you know, what is... Okay, you made all your improving moves, white. What are you going to do to improve further? Because black's got some pretty clear improving moves. So yeah, both Masters boards looking pretty, you know, one side maybe has some pull, but there's a lot of life left in both these games. Okay, so attacking the bishop, and he just decides to go for it, d5, Dane. So not caring that he's going to lose his bishop pair. Wanting to get rid of this IQP, wanting to say, you know, I don't want to be saddled with this weakness for the rest of the game. I don't think I'm going to get an attack on this king, so let's get rid of this weakness now. And Jonathan, okay, playing bishop takes bishop. Again, to take his mistakes now and then, because developing this knight for free. Computer slightly likes e takes c5 better, but bishop takes a3, second best move in the position, definitely very good. And this afterwards, so why did it like takes without bishop takes bishop included? Take, and we're coming into this. This looks scary, so I can see why you wouldn't want to. Double attack on the queen. Queen's got to move. But it's got this nice square, queen c5. It's very hard to see. Yeah. Come on, no one's playing this type of stuff in classical, so that's your really cold-blooded calculator. Still, even then, it's hard. So this is making a lot of sense. Dane getting rid of his IQP. And Jonathan trading off the bishop pair. All right, well, I'm going to leave it on Ethan against Robert, so very closest board here. and take a bit of a break so I can make sure I have as much energy as possible as these games close out. Thanks for tuning in. Alright, so queen trade here and getting into an endgame. So it looks like d5 best move. Black's already equalized, so we're in for a full-on endgame here between National Master and 2150. Both very good at endgames, so this should be a lot more life left here. Okay, still thinking about knight takes. I don't see the time on their board. So I'm wondering if they're a little bit out of sync. But it has been updating. Let's take a look at Barry against Albert. Ooh, nice looking pawn chain here. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 versus 4. White's up 2 clean pawns. Black's got the bishop pair though. And Alekine's gun here. So both have their trumps, but Engine liking white, as we can see from the bar. And 2 pawns is 2 pawns after all. So we'll see how this plays out, but it looks like white's kind of in a conversion phase. We got Sophia against Norm. Norm is the tournament director of the open section and kind of always willing to play either Premier or Open. Really, rated about 1650, 1700. He's fits very well into both sections, and also, he's fine sitting out if there's an odd number of players. So Norm, very big asset to the club. Very much appreciated doing the tournament directing in the open section and really filling that nice role of making sure everyone who signs up and comes to play gets a rated game that night by either filling in to make sure someone has someone to play, or if there's not a number, he will sit out. So thank you very much, Norm. And he also puts together some nice games of chess. I recall within the last month he upset player close to 2,000. Nice attacking game. And Sophia, up-and-comer in the club. A bit underrated, so has pretty high online ratings, but her over-the-board rating is still catching up. So when people probably aren't too excited to play against her, they know she's got to get her points from somebody, and they don't want to be from them, as she catches her over-the-board rating up to her online ratings. But already showing a lot of signs of promise, with very recently defeating National Master Nathan Hoover 2100, or close to 2150 now. So just a matter of time before Sophia is in the 1900s, and people won't be dreading playing against her, worried about her stealing their points. But Norm not worried about any of that. Just comes, plays the chess. And actually has a pretty good position right here. So black actually doing slightly better, but despite the backwards pawn, it's anchored by this bishop. Very well protected. And they've got all their minors doing good jobs. They've got a good grip on the center. White does too. But very double-edged battle here. Oh, we got Eddie in the chat. So we can take another quick look through Eddie's game. Get ready. Oh, but all of a sudden it's a Slav. Uh-oh, mainline theory. And, Eddie knows his main e5 break. All these captures, 1 capture, 2 capture, 3 capture. Black's gaining development with each of those captures. Yeah, I'm taking this month off, and I'll probably take next month off as well. I'm learning on Ruy Lopez, so it's like 13 new chapters of openings. And I usually like to review for my opponents that week. Yeah, we can actually see. Look, Eddie, you can see why I'm such a theory nerd. If we jump back to Nathan's game, because look what happened tonight. Nathan played the piece sack line within the Ruy, so Nathan probably would have crushed me with this thing if I just decided I'm going to start playing Ruy and bust it out without any study. So, Eddie, though, really doing good in my absence with 2 miniatures in a row. But this is interesting. This is definitely not a miniature. Now it's just shaping up to be 2 pieces versus a rook endgame, which we're gonna see these guys who both have super high peak ratings, good endgames. See how they handle this. So opening doesn't matter after all, even though Nathan had a moment to win this thing. It's too hard to find these moves over the board. Okay, so Barry against Albert. I think this is just 2 pawns up, getting close to conversion phase. Let's check back in on this, but not too much going on here. And we got our Maroczy-Bind equalized, so Ethan probably in despair. He had his nice, huge space advantage, everything going well, building up these pieces, but now Black's clawing back into the game, surprisingly. Same time though, got these rooks on the open file, got a nice grip there, got the bishop pair, both sides got a bishop pair. Black's king, or White's king actually looks a little less safe now. Maybe this pawn will actually, it'll be interesting to see if this pawn serves a role, because the engine hated doing this earlier, but now it's not looking the worst. Yeah, this one's going to be very interesting. And we know both these players are great at calculating, because you don't get to these types of ratings without seeing checks, captures, and threats. Again, Robert about 2150 and Ethan close to 2200. This 1900 is not his actual rating. All right, Ryan versus Miles. Ryan just still got his king in the center, but coming in on that king. mean, you got to think he's going to castle kingside soon. Try to get some of these lines open, but okay, this is probably his idea. Makes sense. And how do you defend that square? You got really weak dark squares here. Maybe try to like chip down. You know, white doesn't have to just ignore that. Leave this knight anchored. You're going to have a tough time trading this out because this bishop is on light squares, so unfortunately you can't attack this. And the knight is like a plus away. So these are all 2 moves away. So it's kind of got a slow journey to ever try to challenge that knight to trade, and we can't see any path. I mean, that's not helping. That's moves 4 squares away. You know, I'd like to do like this, but it can't. So this knight's pretty brutal. So nice idea by Ryan. Okay, he's taking. This king looking a little drafty. Now after bishop takes, now the queen's got a path in. So, you know, he sees that coming, moves out of the way, and now still knight coming in. So Ryan is starting to develop a fierce attack here. Let's see if he plays bishop takes d4. But it's surprising. I mean, this king's still in the center. Guess it doesn't really matter. Because this king's just a lot weaker and there's no pieces getting at this thing. Okay. Here, we got the conversion. Okay. G3, a bit strange. It's like, oh, this is protecting this thing, but I don't want it to anymore. No, but also, there's also a strategy. You know, you kind of want to push the pawn that's opposite of your bishop. Okay, so he wants to shut this bishop down. Okay. Let's get some left for the king, and this bishop's probably going to get traded soon, so he wants to do it on light squares because this bishop can't control light squares. Makes sense, I guess. A bit loose, though. Because, yeah, now here, he's already got an only move, knight g5, to retain a big advantage. But, wow, g3 actually best move. So Barry knows better than I. Peter also liked queen b3 pinning. Okay. Now knight g5 is almost a knockout because knight g5 is hitting the rook, and then you're going to have queen b3 with these types of threats. So queen b3 is nice, but queen c2 even stronger, threatening this. You know, once this happens, now these dark squares, lethal. Now you can check. Yeah. So this one's maybe not so clear and maybe not so conversion phase after all. But this is the live position. We'll see if he finds knight g5, knight h4, knight g5, the real killer blow though. Okay, this one's turning into a positional middle game with a lot of pieces left on the board. 4 minors actually, so tons of life left in this game. We're on move 13. They're just tanking in the opening. Bishop g3 makes perfect sense. Let's not lose that bishop pair, and let's see how this one plays out. This one will give us something to watch as everything ticks down if we get into some conversions later, because this one's got a lot of life left. But let's go back to Dane against Jonathan. So this is on camera. We can see this on the far board. Dane just made a move. Jonathan's notating it. Yep, now we can see it up here. Bishop takes c4. And looks like this game is turned very quickly actually into tactically favoring Jonathan. So trying to get rid of the IKP, trades. Okay. Computer like knight takes a lot better than rook takes. Okay, plays pawn takes. And bishop drops back because yeah, he can't. Got 2 defenders, 2 attackers. You can't take this thing. You'll just hang a piece. Okay, so it makes sense. Pressuring this rook, but it's defended. Pressuring the knight, defended. So nothing too loose yet, but things are kind of getting on a knife's edge. Okay, interesting. You know, he was hoping for maybe this cheapo, but now Jonathan gets to trade off his knight on the rim that's dim. Let me make sure. Let's see what the actual position is here. Yep, so he played that in the game. And bishop takes. Okay, computer likes b takes. A lot better than bishop takes. So, but yeah, we can see the eval bar dropping pretty heavily here. Black's favor. So let's just look at the variations. B takes, looks knight g4 attacking the mate, but can just defend it. For now, and that likes queen c5. Let's hit f2. Okay, defend and attack. So this is not easy, but the tactics are favoring black. Also has bishop f5, bishop g4, knight g4, all winning moves. So this one's tactical slugfest. That's beyond my vision, so I'm happy I've got this eval bar. Alright, let's jump back to the positional battle here. Roxy. we'll leave it on this one just for a moment. All right, so getting to no one's in mutual time pressure, usually like an hour against half hour or 45 minutes against 35, an hour against 30. It's just in the middle of the games. Still a good amount of time left. Let's take a look at the Open Rui. Dilworth. Not sure who this Dilworth was, but he was quite the enterprising fellow, playing knight takes f2 all the time. Must have been quite the spectacle whenever it was invented. And this is turning into a two-piece against a rook endgame. Black having two extra pawns, so just very even material endgame. You know, historically, minor piece worth 3 points, rook worth 5, pawns worth 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Verse 4. 2 extra pawns, but oh my. Oh my, did white hang mate? Looks that way. So this is what's happening live in the game. Rook e5. Crazy. Rook e5 makes no sense. Rook e5. He would take it. I think we got some DGT error here. It's showing. He hangs his rook. He doesn't take it. Now he takes it. Now he hangs his bishop. Yeah. There's no way the game actually played out like this. So, to be determined on this board. It shows their clock is still active. Okay, Ryan coming in with his knight plan check, why not? Nice, he can take after. And this is just shaping up to a beautiful attack for Ryan. Especially, you know, black is actually helping his attack out. To take is a mistake. This bishop has opened the king. The bishop got out of the way for the queen to come in. Queen e3, queenside castle. Interesting. And if kingside castle, it's pretty good too. Not quite as strong as queenside castle. Okay, this did happen, made sense. Okay, this is actually the best move, better than trading. But it does let them get rid of your bishop pair. You can get rid of theirs. Just positional middle game with no center. I mean, black's actually got a little more center than white, so black, I think, doing bishop f6 kind of weird. But I guess this is good for black, so wow. I'm a little too attached to bishop pairs. I guess you can't really. It's staring at its own pawn, plus these squares are all controlled. There's nothing you can do besides trade it off. So, equal middle game here. Okay, Barry against Albert. Pelican's gun relinquished. And gave white a big advantage too. You got to keep that gun. Once you establish it, these pieces can't move. No, just kidding. But. Okay, knight d2 though, getting out of danger, but not finding knight g5, which I guess would have been a death blow. So always forward if you can. But eager to trade this off. Bit loose here though. You know, you gotta worry about this thing, right? So this doesn't work because this wins for black. Check to the miserable queen, rook's hanging. Pin, but also skewering. But let's trade this thing off first. And now we got a deadly pin here, so this is pretty much pinned. Can even attack it this way. Attack attacking the rook, and now coming at this thing with tempo. So maybe got to defend that. But now you can play knight g5 again and see it loves this motif of knight g5 with this weak diagonal. Knight g5 your best friend if black decides to get enterprising with f5. When black plays f5, it really weakens this diagonal, which everyone knows, but it also weakens the 7th rank. So it's two weaknesses for the price of one. That's why the Dutch is not super well regarded. And knight g5 is a nice way to exploit a missing f-pawn. But at the same time, you can get some counterplay with the f-file. You know, if you're a King's Indian player, it's your main move. You gotta get at that king with the flank attack. So definitely a place for f5 in chess, but you know, I'm a conservative guy when it comes to king safety. Wow, okay, so this is actually resolved in Jonathan's favor against club president and recent national tournament winner Dane. So just hit him with this threat. Gotta prevent it. Threaten again. Just ignored it. Okay. So it takes the rook and allows him to mate. So yeah, it's tactical melee here, and all the tactics actually just favored black when it came down to it. So very interesting, especially considering white had the IQP, white had the space to position their pieces leading up to this. You know, this is what pops it off. This is what leads to all the tactics. And it you know, this isn't developed, this isn't developed. It doesn't necessarily look like it's totally in black's favor, but all the tactical dynamics favor black here. And it just kind of quickly steamrolled downhill. Get a little fancy here because this fails, but lets black solve their knight. That was really just kind of, you know, it was pressuring here, but this is over defended now, so happy to trade that off. And then he just got an attack kind of out of nowhere. I mean, not totally out of nowhere because these pieces are well positioned, but and all of a sudden can't deal with this. You know, h4, again, just taking the piece. Tough to leave a piece on pre. So, well played by Jonathan, and it'll be interesting to see how this Masters quad closes out. All right, well, we still have one camera game. We can see, and it's also on the board here, Ethan against Robert. So this is really dwindling down to even material, opposite color bishops with rooks. This is looking very drawish. Especially with the strength of these players, they're not super likely to blunder things, but if anyone has chances, I think it's black with kind of controlling this back rank a little bit. Maybe this bishop can control this square and somehow create some threats against this king. But white's got the better pawn structure. They got the 2-on-1. Opposite color bishops make it tough in general, but as long as the rooks are still on, it's not a given that it's drawish. But say this one's headed towards a draw. if I had to guess. Alright, Sophia against Norm, finally getting that last piece in the game. Got this backwards pawn to look at, but opposite color bishop's here too. And it's not that weak. So, looks like a pretty even middle game. White might try to press a bit, but not too much to play for here. Okay, he does find queenside castle, which was a lot stronger than kingside. So white just positionally dominating here. Got this octopus knight, can take this queen's Indian bishop at its leisure, plus it controls even a pawn here for it to have some influence. So not only this beastly knight, but black's got this bishop that look, you can take it. He said you can take it if you want it. He might even be considering taking this with his rook. But this should be his prize piece, but it's staring at its own pawn for the moment until he maybe sacks it. So yeah, and this knight would like to trade off, but there's no path. There's no path to, like, say it's f7 or c8. You'd love to do this, but pawn's in your way. And this is just going to weaken the king even more. So, no good way to deal with this knight is the main problem in this position. That's what leads to this +2 eval, and Miles is probably not loving his position right now, but that does not mean that that's going to decide the game, so let's see how this all plays out. Still a lot of play left in this position. Alright, we got a weird open Rui here. Yeah, maybe if anyone in the chat's on site, maybe you can tell me what happened in this game, because I don't think it played out. Yeah, hang the rook here. No. Oh, let me just hang the rook again. Oh, now I'll take it, but nah, I'm not gonna take that thing. Let me just hang another piece. Good game. I don't think this is exactly how it happened, so maybe someone can enlighten me. But I think we got a DGT issue here. Alright, Ryan's still leaning on his fierce attack, and Miles has 37 minutes to think about his terrible position, but maybe going to recover. Yeah, this is the type of game where even though white's dominating, you can definitely turn in a second. Okay, just force that. Force me to attack you. Okay, I will. No problem, bro. Let's get that queen over to the queen side. Okay, we got our opposite color bishop, rook endgame. If this turns into a masterclass, we'll review it in depth, but looks pretty dry-ish. Okay, oh, black mounting a fierce attack out of nowhere. White was in conversion mode with his extra material. Maybe we're getting G4, G3 here pretty soon when Rook H5, boom. Queen H3. And now black actually has a lethal attack. There's no great way to defend H2. So brutal. Barry playing a really great game. Up material. Looks like a brilliant move. Outposting that knight. Same octopus style as the game Ryan's playing, but the problem is you got to really think about what your opponent's counter threats are. Queen H3 coming in with a huge attack. So, he needed to play H4 here. So if Queen H3, now the rook and queen are disconnected. Another good move would have been Queen B3, threatening the king. And then you can actually, you can snap this rook. Because you have the crazy Queen F3 threatening here, here, and here. I wouldn't see that. So Queen B3 a bit weird, but H4 definitely findable. Rough though. Okay, black coming in. And black's actually got a totally winning position at this point. So white, this is definitely one of those chess is cruel type moments where white played a really great game. Got an awesome position, but just takes one moment if your opponent's got some active pieces to mount a fierce attack, and black is doing that in this position, and it doesn't look like there's really any defense that I can see. Because even if you're taking this thing, it's closing the door to here, so you're going to just get mated this way. So this one looks to be closing up. Looks like Albert is going to have the swindle turnaround. And good job for paying close attention to tactical opportunities, even in a rough position. Okay, Sophia against Norm. We got just kind of our normal middle game grind here with the backwards pawn. We'll come back if there's major developments here. Yep, and here's DGT error. And still thinking about how to reposition his queen and develop this attack. He's got 27 minutes, I think. He wants to make sure he makes the most of this, but Queen C3 is looking great here. Just kind of aligning on this file where the knight's already controlling where the rook could come. Queen E3 blocking this pawn. Okay, he plays Queen C3, best move in the position, so throwing it back to his opponent who's in a rough position. And it's tough to decide what to do here as black, because you want to put some pressure on your opponent's clock, make them find the best move, or feel pressure to find their winning move while their clock is ticking, but you also want to find the best defensive moves and just play the best moves in general. But in a position like this, there really isn't a best move, so kind of a player decision. Probably always best to play the pieces, play the board, not play the clock. Just try to find the best move here. Use your time, even though there isn't one defined in this position. Because, yeah, knight's dominating, and there's not a great way to activate your pieces beyond what they currently have. So you're kind of waiting for white to come at you and hoping they blunder in the execution of continuing to build up their position. Alright, let's go Ethan against Robert. The opposite color bishop, rook endgame. You know, this is the type of endgame I'd love to be able to beat someone in. You know, you really feel like you're a true chess player if you can grind an ending out like this against someone, and certain endgame players really can. So, you know, not saying it's easy, but this looks like, you know, the easiest draw in the universe, but put it in the right player's hands and they could probably make something out of something. Magnus or someone like that. But I think this one's headed towards a draw. Alright, so we got Placid Endgame, we got Turnaround, Pending Mates, and Considering His Fate. But a well played game by Barry. A lot of time left here, too. It goes to show you really should, even in a totally winning position, you need to really double, triple check. Okay, we got our positional grind here. This should be a good one to follow. Okay, Queen H5 going for the attack. Looks like Computer's Cruel says this just gives him a chance to play quick D5 and solve that backwards pawn. Looks a little risky. I mean, 3 attackers, but we got 2 defenders. If they took. Okay, we're gonna take. Yep, okay. I can't count, I guess. Oh. Here's what's going on. So they've gotten G6. Deflecting the queen from defending. Bishop controls, pawn controls, bishop controls. And queen can no longer stay in contact with the rook, so doesn't look like d5 is possible, but it is tactically, just because you've got this g6 and the queen is not a good defender of a minor piece in exchanges like this, because you always have to move your queen if your queen gets queen checked. So we'll see if Norm can find d5. It's a pretty sick move to totally equalize and actually get a minus 1.4 advantage for black, but not easy to find. G6 a lot more natural. Getting ready to fianchetto this bishop. Bit strange that Computer still like queen h6 even though you're about to hit it with tempo. Yeah, in this position, Computer likes queen h6. Okay. Because I guess the queen wants to be on h4, so it's saying, sure, hit me because I want to come back to h4 and be active and hit this knight with the tempo. So, bit strange, but also makes sense when it's played out on the board. So, yeah. I'd like to think if I was playing, I'd find d5, but I'd probably end up playing g6. Okay, it looks like Barry resigned here. So, bit of a tragedy for Barry, but also a very well played game. And sometimes it's just the second to last mistake. But great tactical awareness by Albert and great game as well. So that's pretty common in chess that games go that way, where one side is pressing and then all of a sudden it's just, oh, missed one thing. Alright, it's too bad we lost Thomas against Nathan, but I think Ryan's attack here. Yeah, we're kind of down to, we got Ryan, Sophia against Norm, thinking about g6 and thinking about d5. And then we got the opposite color bishop ending. So we're kind of getting down to the last pretty exciting game is, there's a few decent games to watch, but this is probably the one to watch for the moment. Let's see how Ryan is going to develop his attack. Miles has been thinking here for a bit. So we're going to pause here just for a moment while some more moves develop. And I'm going to leave it on this board, which I think is the most interesting. All right, bishop d5. Let's get rid of this threat at least for tactics. And it is a bit tough for white because it looks like they don't really have to do anything. Their position's awesome, and they're controlling this square, so they can just play chill moves, king b1, rook he1. But you want to just find a death blow here, right? But sometimes you can just recognize your opponent can't do anything, and you can just make a few improving moves. Do it Karpov style. So this will be interesting to see how it develops. But you can just play a slight improving move and throw the ball back in black's court. And definitely a practical strategy when you have such a dominating position. Okay, so Norm getting into some time pressure here, under 20 minutes. Maybe thinking about g6, thinking about d5, thinking about attacking potential. At this point, you definitely got to think about your clock and kind of just find a move. Okay, we got our opposite color bishops. We'll see if there's any shock tactics in this game. You never know. These are still some dangerous pieces. You'd like to think of maybe sacrificing your bishop for this pawn in some ideal circumstance to run this pawn to victory. But I think these players are a bit too strong to blunder in a position like this. So we'll jump back to this one when Norm decides on d5 or g6 or whatever he decides on. And here, Ryan's thinking about how to close it out, but needs to kind of just throw the pressure back to black. Got two easy moves here, king b1, rook h e1. If black ever plays h3, you can just put g3. Not too much to think about there. They're going to attack the rook. Well, we just want to do this anyways. It's not going to work out. But getting to closing moments here, we got 20 minutes versus 30. Got 36 against 17 and 17 against 51. Yeah, every week we record game of the week. Try to get different club members to record it. And it's one of the games that appears on these DGT boards. So if you guys have any suggestions of which game you'd like to see featured as game of the week, please suggest it in the comments. We've got Eddie's miniature here against William. Fierce attack with black out of nowhere. We got the kind of DGT error, but it'll probably get fixed. Open Ruy Lopez. You know, piece stack variation, theoretical. Definitely could be a lot to dive into here on what ifs for both sides in a piece stack theory line. We've got, you know, b6 bishop b7. You know, we could do a whole video theme on, you know, how do we handle this b6 bishop b7 stuff. I mean, it's tough to deal with. Maybe get someone who knows more about it than me commenting on that video. But it's a huge attack coming in here, especially seeing, depending on how this one plays out. I think this is a great candidate for game of the week. If White's able to close out this fierce attack. Okay, he did decide on g6, queen h6, bishop g7, maybe queen h4. It's coming. Here we kind of just got a positional game. Don't think this one's totally game of the week quality, although it's still a good game. It's just not quite flashy. We got the outplay and the shock blunder. I don't think this is a good candidate because no need to showcase an outplay unless the player who played the outplay most of the game closes it out. And we got the Maroczy bind that kind of fizzled into an equal endgame. Probably not the best. Another good prospect here. We got Jonathan against Dane with the shock attack. Boom. Knight g4, it just works. I mean, it helps that it just works because you got a piece on pre, but this is definitely a good candidate as well. Nice, we got a national master in the chat. Top Bughouse player. Doesn't like to showcase his national master title, but so I think Dane against Jonathan is a pretty decent prospect for game of the week. Or else, let's see how Ryan against Miles plays out. Got 4 viewers in the chat. Thanks for viewing, guys. Appreciate the support. Next week, we're going to have Connor Weatherly on with me. He's 2180. And got actually probably a lot better analysis skills, so he can actually take the reins for a while. Going to try to co-stream on Twitch, maybe get some more viewers that way. But not going to do that until I'm like the background tech. So position's got a lot of play here, clearly. You know, Robert's still got 47 minutes. He barely thinks. Let's see when did he actually use his time. So just consistent minute each move here. Decisive player. No double, triple checking, no worries about this or that. Just are my pieces active? Am I moving forward? And as we can see, it works out more than it doesn't. Active pieces matter most in chess. This one could be interesting if we got the correct, endgame player to showcase exactly how, this is at this point, it is a plus 2.3 position. So not going to pretend like I'm a Roxy player myself, and I have no idea how I would press and convert this position, but it is an interesting game to potentially discuss from a positional strategic perspective on how White could really take their space advantage and push it to the max here. Because yeah, as it resolved, it got a little drawish. Alright, but they're still playing this one out, as they should. Let's jump back just to the main event here, I think, is Ryan developing his big attack against the queenside castle king here. So decided to come in with queen b4. Still very strong. Yeah, you really can do. Yeah, I'd say the computer suggested king b1 and rook he1, but queen b4 also totally fine. Hard for White to ruin his position at this point. So you just want to kind of make a bunch of slow improving moves, see if Black collapses, and then eventually decide how you're going to close it out. Maybe break this open. But Black can't do much unless they want to sack it in exchange. Knight really can't go anywhere. Go here, you're just going to snap it. Alright, we can come back to the end game. So knight d5. So this endgame's drawish is what I was talking about. The opposite color bishops and rook. Which one with knight d5? Yeah, this one still has a lot of play too. Sophia against Norm. So this is Thursday Nighter. It's the 90 plus 30 tournament at Chess Castle, Minnesota. So it's the biggest chess club in Minnesota, Edina. And these are players 1900 about 1900 to 2150 in the premier section, and then we have a master squad as well with 3 invited masters and 1 qualified player from the prior month who won the premier section. And so we still have 1 masters game, quad game going between Robert and Ethan. Ethan's the invited master, national master, and Robert is about 2150. Earlier in the Roxy. Okay, yeah, let's do that. So this was one of the master games. This is actually the one going on continuously right now. And so you're saying knight d5 here. Yeah, computer says queen trade here. The way it was really liking, or maybe earlier. Yeah, the problem with, queen trade, it doesn't want the queen trade right now. So you might get it. Black. I think black's best chance in a Moraxi endgame is like get good knight against bad bishop, and queen trade's kind of on the way to that. Like get knight against bishop. The computer likes g4 and a3. a3 is a bit weird, but I guess it's just because it's poison. Yeah, that's obviously can't play that. And g4. Ah, yeah. So he went for this whole plan of stacking the rooks on the c file, and maybe he could have just jumped in when the rooks are already in good position. Like, and I guess if you are going to double stack on the c file, maybe you should just do it with 1, 2, 3 instead of like moving it here and then here. So interesting. This could definitely be a good one to analyze. We do have a lot of hyper accelerated dragon mains in the club, so a lot of good chances to play Moraxi Bind if people desire. This was through a bit of a move order, but good to know, and thanks for pointing that out, HB. We'll definitely have to discuss that if we pick this game for game of the week. But it's headed towards a draw. We usually pick a flashy win. It makes sense. These are both really strong players. Robert has excellent calculations, so even though he got a rough passive position, unless you press it perfectly, he's gonna find the correct calculations. Well, let's jump back to Ryan. I feel like this is a nice attack developing. We pretty much got Ryan, and despite that being really interesting, Moraxi earlier, now it's Draj. This still has a bit of play left, but interesting. Do I want to trade queens here or not? I mean, we're down a pawn. I don't think it makes a huge difference. Sophia probably wants to try to press though, because she's a bit underrated and trying to push her ratings, so probably will take with the rook. So this one might have a bit of something, maybe there's going to be a swindle, but nothing too crazy going on here. And Ryan definitely still has a lot of legit positional chances and merit that white is winning this position due to this octopus knight. So let's stick with this one for the moment. Alright, so rook h5. Bit mysterious. Trying to activate that rook desperately. I mean, it's not doing anything here. But also a bit mysterious about what it is going to do. Because can't come here. Can't come here. Maybe he's imagining activating this way. You can see how desperate black's position is if white just makes passive moves. Yeah, still here, just this, this, this. Everything's +2. This is a great example of just kind of positional domination. Okay, this one was corrected. So this had DGT earlier. Okay, so we took still 2 pieces for a rook endgame. Okay. So this one much more interesting. We can catch up on this one. 20 minutes against 24 minutes. It's like they got the feed repaired. Interesting. Here, black's best move would have been to trade. Makes sense. They got a whole bishop pair. You know, bishop pair is better together. Maybe rook increases in power when fighting against the 2 pieces alone, but you also think bishop and rook kind of solve each other's weaknesses and stuff. So you can see why I didn't want to. Nice, and we just have 2 pieces against a rook endgame here with 2 extra pawns. This is pretty equal. So this could definitely be anyone's game. Okay, one problem here is, despite his dominating position, Ryan's getting under 10 minutes. Time pressure always can be a big factor. Okay. Norm against Sophia. Okay, actually d5 after, so I could have played one move earlier, but now played it. And snapping that knight, yeah, because it's making mate threats, so needed to kick it one move earlier, otherwise knight g5 is coming. Okay, and now these dark squares looking a little weak. But how to get at them? It's really hard to get a rook here. You can't vacate this king with this pawn structure. Okay, now we just got a major piece ending, but these pawns are looking a bit vulnerable. This rook's passive, attacking. I like white's position. I think, even though the engine says zeros, but I think white has some good practical chances here, especially white. Oh, black's on 2 minutes, and white, despite not being that much high rated on paper, a lot high rated online, I believe, and underrated. So I think white has very good winning chances here. Kind of being the high rated player, having more time, having a good position with weaknesses to target, and black being passive. But black played a good move here. Queen d5, holding on. Still zeros. Norm definitely capable of holding the draw here if he finds some good moves. We have a move here. So he decided to go for c4, lashing out in front of his own king. And this actually, yeah, another chess is cruel. Goes from plus 2.1 to zeros. And black did find the best move here. F takes c5, so rook h5 did have a purpose, just adding some pressure here. Now we can take this. So makes sense. They're sitting there evaluating their position critically, and I'm just kind of coming up with vague ideas why. So rook h5 didn't make a ton of sense to me, but it does make perfect sense as another attacker here, and allows a move like this. So we take the bishop. We're just taking this bishop. Okay, so tough position here, a lot to think about. Got this Emperor, can take this, can take this. This is potentially hanging, though the queen's protecting it. So, gotta give it to Miles. Did find a way to actually get some use out of all of his pieces. And all it took was one kind of errant move. And all of a sudden, it's all popping off on e5, and this rook actually got to serve a purpose. And so, instead of this rook being totally locked out of the game, and then, this is also undermining this octopus knight that's been white's big prize piece. They take back here, they can just play rook takes. This knight is a bit so interesting. This knight that was such, kind of prized piece is now a bit off sides. Huh. Funny. Only move here because it looks like you're winning. Pinned piece, attacked, but can counterpin. And you can't take it. So games like this do go to show, most of chess comes down to accurate calculation in the critical moments. Because Ryan just dominating this game. Top 3 moves here, all +2. And it's been that way for the last, since he established knight d6. But c4, one wrong move, and all of a sudden black's developing a lot of counterplay against e5 and undermining this knight. Alright, we got our 2 pieces against a rook ending. Nothing much happening yet, but players both getting under 20 minutes. As they get into time pressure, I think this one could definitely turn decisive. Sophia trying to press this major piece ending against Norm and has very good chances considering he's got 2 minutes on the clock. But still thinking about what she wants to do. She's got 28 minutes. Our game between National Master Ethan Hunt and Robert 2150 is turned into a rook ending. Wow. This is a winning rook ending for black. But we know what rook endings are like, so this could definitely turn into a draw, but this passer matters. So how did this occur? Okay, so just does make sense. Robert's making some progress with, bishop and rook supporting this passer on its way, but I mean, king's still in the path. And this is apparently a blunder. Rook e2. So just got to use the king to defend and keep the rook active. I'm not going to pretend like I understand why rook e2 is so bad, but this is why Robert's so good, by the way. Rook f3 check, only move in this position for black to get an advantage, and he finds it. Bishop c3, another only move to get advantage, finds it. Another only move. Allowing this fork between these 2 pieces, like what, you're kind of scared a little bit, but I mean, you could just move. This rook's anchored and it's protecting, so it does make sense. And now you can take the bishop, okay. Okay, so this is how it happened. Yeah, I'm not even seeing rook d3 check is forking. It's bad tactics. So interesting, found a way to trade off the opposite color bishops, all of a sudden not quite as dryish. Rook endgame. And, black's got the active king. This looks a bit weird. Looks like moving, this is more overextended now. Peter like just going after him instantly. This is protected. There's no checks. You know, this rook is passive, staring in front of the pawn. But I haven't studied my rook endgame. It's not going to pretend like I understand this, but this is starting to look rough for Ethan. 4 minutes on the clock, and Robert turning this around from getting outplayed in the opening to using his accurate calculation to get some good chances in this endgame. So, not the type of opponent I want to face when they, you know, at any moment if you make one misstep, they're just going to find all the accurate moves and turn the game around. Hello, thank you for joining, everyone. Oh yeah, sack on g3 and the h pawn running still. Yeah, this is definitely still a prospect too. You know, that pawn that he advanced in the super opening and seemed naive back then is turning out to be a big asset here. You know, this king's pretty far. So yeah, king probably wants to straddle. I don't know. It's a rook endgame with perfect play. White will probably draw, but we can see the eval bar is minus 1.5. And now Robert's zoned in with 41 minutes to think. These are the two players on camera. All right, Norm under a minute in this major piece endgame. Looks like Sophia played f3, trying to avoid perpetuals. No more of this. And engine's showing all zeros here. But this is looking pretty weak. I guess you can't target it right away because they'll go check and take your pawn, but this is looking weak. I like White's chances. Okay, Ryan trying to press his advantage, but then Miles finds accurate tactics. And we have Black's in much better position now. This rook that was doing nothing has a purpose, but White is still in pretty good position here because they've got active pieces. This knight isn't quite the monster it used to be with a pawn anchor, but it's still a knight anchored by two pieces deep in enemy territory. We got an extra behind it. We got pressure. We got pawn push. This is on pre. So White's still in a commanding position despite having 2 minutes on the clock. Miles down to 13 minutes. This is still definitely in White's hands. But 2 minutes, you never know if you're going to find the knockout properly. Okay. So we've got some transformation here that looks like it favors white. Because this pawn got pushed, and now we got this isolated pawn that potentially can get blockaded and attacked by the extra piece that white has. I think these pawns maybe would have been a little scarier mobile. But also, what are you going to do besides push? I mean, just sit passive. I can see why he wasn't attracted to that. So yeah, this is how I think the pieces potentially take over, is you just kind of eventually get the position to be a totally static state where you can blockade pawns and keep everything stable, and then you have an extra piece to work with. And black really wants to keep passed pawns and mobile options. And he does have a passed pawn now, but I guess it can just get taken right away. And so now he's dealing with got pawns on both sides, 2 pieces against the rook. White's definitely got some winning chances here. Definitely not easy though. Rook pretty powerful on the open board here. But these bishops, also bishop pair, very good. Black also always has the defensive ideas of testing Thomas's bishop and knight endgame technique. You know, there's always the prospects of eventually sacrificing things down to the point where white is only left with the bishop and knight. And then they need to show that they know that technical endgame. It's probably one of the more difficult technical endgames. At least if you don't know all the techniques. But this one, I see Ryan's down to under a minute. Okay, chooses to pull the knight back, offer the queen trade. But if the queen trades, then bishop takes knight would leave his rook d8 on pre. So not easy for Miles here either. Showing the best move in the position, queen c7, painting that pawn, preventing c takes d5, but that's not easy. You want to play a bit more forcing moves if you can, something like bishop takes e4, but then just queen takes queen. So yeah, a lot of problems to solve, and just keeping the queens on is what it's called for. See if you can find queen c7. Okay, Sophia's starting to pick up some of these weaknesses. Got the rook still protecting the pawn. Now attacking here, attacking here. Rook still passive. Definitely liking white here. Engine shows zeros. And Robert, wow. Taking over this game, now has a minus 3.8 eval. 4 pawns against 2. So Robert really showing his endgame class. Yeah, Ethan really outplayed Robert in the opening here, but Robert is really outplaying Ethan in the endgame. And if you're going to pick one phase to win in, it's better the endgame than the opening. But we'll see here. Yeah, and we can see, yeah, that pawn push is turning out to be weak. But still rook endgame. Easy for one side to slip into a draw. This is looking pretty dangerous for you can't take here instantly. Okay. So this is interesting. If they take, you're not trying to take this pawn, you're just trying to get this guy queen as fast as possible. Take your furthest up past pawn and pitch and run. Makes perfect sense. So this pawn actually did make a giant difference in this game. Because this is one of the main reasons this rook endgame is so good according to the engine, from what I can tell. Because yeah, if he takes here, you're just coming up here, you're threatening h2, come out with check and queen. And they come back, now you've kind of got this bind where you can take, and if they try to take here, this locks it out, and now you're getting in. So yeah, wow. Not necessarily, the idea we were thinking earlier of sack to push the pawn, but even just taking h2, you already have such an extremely dangerous passer from shoving that up earlier in the game. Nice, we got Connor in the chat. Club Legend taking the month off, sparing all these players of his calculation wrath. Yeah, Robert's the type of player, man. If you got a nice perpetual earlier in the game, just check and shake hands. You don't want to push it on the edge in an endgame against Robert, because looks like he's got those extreme calculations. He's got some good endgame technique. All right, so looks like Robert's taking this one over. Let's jump to another game. Sophia's still pressing here. Norm down to 37 seconds. That's never good in an endgame like this, especially when both sides can kind of make a ton of moves. I mean, you can build some clock that way, but you gotta hope none of the moves you're building clock with are blunders. Okay, Ryan under a minute. Ryan's been playing on increment for a while. Back to zeros, but this looks dangerous. In this position, best move is knight b5, allowing the Korean trade, but maintaining this pin. And if you attack it, you can just take and then take. All right. Yeah, this is why I don't like to leave pieces on pre for, move after move. Eventually, there's some variation, you can just take that thing. But as it played out in the game, this is okay. And now Black's actually got a chance to take over with knight d3. Boom. So this is a function of time pressure, and I think Miles probably will find this. Especially when, this bishop is like your nightmare, so when you got a chance to just play a little cheapo to trade that thing off, you got to do it. Then you can just move this bishop to safety somewhere. Probably be tempted to take. Oh, that wouldn't be good. Yeah, you're still pinned here. Okay. But you can pin, okay. The queen pins. This is not easy. Be worried about this rook hanging. Okay, he played king b1. He did play knight d3 and king b1. So he finds it. Devastating psychological blow when you've been winning the whole game and you're playing on increment and you miss a tactic, even if your position is still totally playable. So we'll see what happens, but maybe expecting Miles to take over here momentum-wise. Okay, forward. Oh, looks like we got a finish to Robert against. You see them setting the pieces up. Robert closed it out. So, brilliant endgame by Robert, really. We had the opposite color bishops, rooks. And he. Just queen his pawn. So he was really able to use. This seemed naive, and it was naive in the middle of the early opening and middle game. This is a +2 position, playing for this kind of flank attack with black. But this h3 pawn really turned out to be an asset that won him the game. So, seems terrible here. Move 15 plus 1.8. But it wasn't the rest of the game wasn't executed on perfectly, and that turned out to be a huge endgame asset. Okay, I'm wondering what he was worried about with rook e1. But looks like active king here, and just this is an issue. He found the only moves in these positions. This is only move. He had a bunch of only moves earlier as well. So this was not an easy turnaround at all. Robert just found the best moves. So great game by him. Okay, so Sophia finally getting some chances here. She's got rook takes a5. She found it. Norm gets to trade the queens off, and now he gets to play a pawn down rook ending. So still be some drawing chances, but definitely has transformed into an ending Sophia can press. We'll see though. I mean, she's probably got to be tempted to go here and maybe. maybe this is not actually helping the winning chances, but you got to be tempted to go for this. Wouldn't be surprised to see this on the board. Computer actually likes G5 fixing this pawn island, but that's a bit cold-blooded and endgame classy. Maybe if you study a lot of endgame books, you'll play that without thinking, but not the first move that came to my mind when you've got a rook that can attack a pawn like this. Two pieces against the rook. Thomas making a lot of progress. Plus 2.5 eval. The pieces are taking over. Black doesn't have this mobile pawn center anymore, and this rook is staring at a blockaded piece, and he's just he can't shift the open file. And this bishop pair is kind of making its pressure known. This bishop is a dud right now. Really not doing a ton there, and not prospects to move around either. Maybe can invade or. So yeah, wow. Thomas taking over. This is why I'd definitely rather have the two pieces, because as soon as it becomes a static state like this, White gets a lot of chances, or the side of the two pieces gets a lot of chances. Okay, Ryan down to 15 seconds. Nice counter comments that G5 stops the pawns, really reducing the drawing chances, so it makes a lot of sense. Got to be fighting against the defensive drawing attempts at a certain point when you get to the end game. Okay, so this one also headed towards rook endgame. It's rook endgame night at the castle. Who spent the most hours at home slaving over Dvoretsky? I'm pretty sure none of us, but if someone did, maybe Robert. That was a pretty nice rook endgame. And now we'll see. Yep. So now Ryan's got to actually be feeling a bit of a sigh of relief, even despite having the nice position earlier, because when you're playing an increment this long and you can get to a rook endgame, you can build up some time. You can think again. You're not on the verge of making a grievous blunder. Unless you're like Eddie, then you like to just play an increment. No biggie. That's just every other game. But I got a feeling Ryan's not as quite as comfortable as Eddie playing on increment, so he's probably feeling some relief getting in this rook endgame. All right, Thomas starting to get to conversion mode at this point. But all can still turn on a dime. Just can't let that rook get active. Yeah, thankfully Eddie didn't have to use. He won a miniature tonight, so he didn't. This is one of the few times he didn't actually get to increment. Only down to 52 minutes tonight, but so pretty good time usage for Eddie tonight. All right, she did go for the pawn trades, which is leading more towards a draw. Didn't go for that G5 clamp, and now it's not quite as effective, unfortunately, for reasons that Connor understands better than I do. Yeah, next week we'll have Connor commentating, and he can give us a masterclass on endgames like this. I can be the background tech. Okay, we got rook endgame. Rook endgame. Two pieces against a rook endgame. And we got a winning rook endgame. Oh. Checkmate here. Dan and Jonathan bucking the trend of rook endgames. Still somewhat of a rook endgame. Just different. And this one was mating attack. So not total. We still had our fair share of mating attacks, but pretty much endgame night at the chess castle, I would say. Yeah, we can also see what happens when it gets to endgame night, and you got 30-second increment. These games go along, and gets late. Pretty soon, these endgame players will be keeping them at the board till midnight, just playing 150 move games. Building up that clock. Okay. Ryan and Miles going to test each other's rook endgame knowledge. Maybe white has a little something, maybe, because these pawns are a little overextended. The king could maybe get at them, but looks Straj. This rook's starting to look passive. He's trying to stay far away from the knight. He's trying to stay out of view of this bishop. Maybe come back, start to make some checks. Look at this move. The computer likes knight c6, cold blood, just defended by the bishop, preventing you from activating. And you can activate via this, but that looks scary. Yeah, these bishops are really starting to dominate this rook. And this bishop's kind of sidelined, not doing anything, just keeps his king on dark square. Can put the knight on dark squares. No reason to, even if he wanted, even if he could, he probably wouldn't trade this knight for that bishop because he can just ignore this thing, and now he's really playing three pieces against a rook. The extra minors probably help. So Nathan in a rough position against Thomas. Thomas really playing some amazing chess in the past couple months. Showing why he's a national master. Okay, so this one, still has the potential for tragedy, but leading towards a draw. All right, Ryan's down to 14 seconds, so I'll leave it on this one for the moment. I'm gonna grab some water. King d2 only move. Not easy. Alright, black's taking over. They're going to be able to come back, defend the pawn. Rook king games aren't easy. Oh, defends the wrong way though. Needed to come this way, but this makes sense. Not going to pretend like I understand why this was so much more winning, but Engine says it was. And Miles senses he's winning. Playing for the win, not going for the repeat. Now potentially going to get two connected passers or a pass pawn. Otherwise, you can do it another way. Just take and then shove one of these to make your passer. Or shove this one. So Connor's saying that this check was a lot better because it creates this barrier cutting the king off from this 3-on-2. So we can see on the camera some players in the far back left. Still playing. Okay, excellent move. Rook's passive now. Threatening before check. Ryan down to seconds. Well, Passant only winning move. Miles also down to 2 minutes. None of this is easy. Okay, Sophia has converted to a winning pawning game. I'm not sure if this is still ongoing. It looks like it is. But definitely made the most of that major piece endgame and now has a winning 2-on-1. Which makes sense. Those pawns were overextended and weak. Even if the engine says it was zeros, defending these guys is not easy. Okay, and then this was, oh yeah, was saying this is draw and trivial, but not really unless you're well practiced. I think I would have trouble drawing it. Connor in the chat would have no problem though. But pawn's a pawn. This isn't enough to win with the correct technique, defensive technique by black, but in a practical game, this is going to happen very often. Okay, so this is just cleanup mode now. So really down to 2 games. Let's jump back to Nathan. Yeah, these pieces, look at these pieces, just boa constrictor this rook. And he knows exactly what he's doing. Just keep this rook totally passive. So top 3 lines here are all approaching +3. Nathan's in a rough position, but yeah, how to make good progress here is an interesting question. Can't just make moves. Okay, you're restricting the king, restricting the rook. If he attacks, you can just bring the king in even. So, very interesting game by both players. I think this is definitely a candidate for Game of the Week. And Miles creating mate threats. And now just getting close to Lucina. Just gonna take this way, got the king in front of the pawn, just get the king and pawn up. Rook's still super passive. Just come back and check the king off. Yep. Well, if this week shows anything, it shows study your rook endgames. Got rook endgames in every game. Okay, Sophia hopefully converting the pawn endgame here. Always a bit nerve-wracking here is still, really you just want to get these pawns up to here and then kind of calculate. Double, triple check. Oh, this is working as well. You can just force the king off through the mind squares type concept. Probably a lot better than my idea even. Yep, Ryan moving towards, but we'll still get to see if Miles knows his Lucina. But based on the rest of the endgame, it looks like he does. So I guess last one here is seeing if Thomas can convert against this constricted rook. But we got a pretty nice round of games tonight. Again, for anyone watching, this is the Thursday Nighter 90 plus 30 USCF rated chess. Mostly players around 1900 to 2150. The section is 1700 plus that has the DGT boards, but we also have an open section open to all players. And that was Barry would play Albert in the open section, for example. So if you want to get some serious chess, check out the Chess Castle, Minnesota, Edina, located in the Southdale Mall. And we also aspire to continue to do this commentary, get different volunteer commentators, but also potentially get some title players now and then. Yep, Norm's dead last year. Nothing to see. King's got to move away, and the queen is going to, or the king's going to win f7, and then queen the pawn shortly. And here, trying some defensive techniques, if possible. You know, really wants to get the king back. So it is a bit awkward. Yeah, this one he's just totally constricted. But this one is winning endgame, but not totally clear because anything you do is a bit annoying. You can't go here because he'll take the pawn. If you go here, maybe he can get his king towards the pawn, which he does. But you really want to keep this controlled because you don't want him to get towards there, which might be some sort of Philidor eventually. And now you're just going to try to do this. And you can even, if he comes back, you can maybe even think about playing check, because if rook takes, you can check the king off. But not sure if that's necessary. Ah, interesting. This is not easy at all. Rook g2, only when he move. Okay, he finds it. But the move I suggested was actually drawing. b3 check. You know, and I thought I was winning because of this, but that is check, unfortunately for me. But luckily, the players playing the game are a little bit more in attune to what's going on. So nothing's changed. Nothing much changed here. The rook is still dominated by these bishops and minor pieces. But Thomas is making progress. He's going to try to take this pawn. You don't have any counterattacks like this because the bishop still controls that square. So, making good progress. You know, his open strategy did pay off. He had a -3 position right out of the opening. But, you know, he played, for anyone who didn't see the opening, he played hypercritical open line to the Rui. This is master theory. And Thomas actually made a blunder here. Knight g3 allowed -3.3 move here would have been bishop g4. But so even though his strategy worked out, and it shows how risky these piece sack lines are, because your strategy works if you don't find the only move. You end up in a two-piece for a rook ending and you get ground down. So piece stack lines, especially as black, are not my cup of tea. Just kind of requires way too much accuracy. I don't trust myself to find all those only moves. Okay, so I'm back making, okay, now making extreme progress towards the full Lucino. And white really doesn't even have that many ideas left. Black also been showing great technique throughout the rest of the endgame. I'm expecting them to easily close this out. Wow. Engine showing king g7 is a draw. Yeah, because it's threefold. So, oh, but he played it, and now it's back to winning for Thomas. So Nathan could have actually stopped the clock and claimed threefold, and saying, I intend to play king g7. That's going to repeat the position 3 times. But has to realize that's threefold to claim that. That actually is a very good way to potentially draw a dead loss position like this. It's just really pay very close attention to any type of roundabout threefold, and then just make the claim. This actually happens in a GM game I watched, where one GM was totally dead lost against the other and had a miraculous threefold they could have claimed, but they didn't claim it. But it looks like Thomas is fine with the draw. Kind of strange. He's repeating voluntarily. It looks like they're headed towards a draw, which Nathan should be very happy with, because Thomas has Nathan totally paralyzed. I don't totally see what's wrong with going for the pawn. Okay, well, it can't there, but Alright, well, maybe being slighted by the engine about how clear it is to convert this, and it is getting late after all. Oh, it looks like they did agree to a draw. Threefold. So, well played by both players. It looks like Thomas was winning at the end there, but I'm not even sure what the winning technique would have been. So, down to final game here. Let's get ready for check. Come up, bring the pawn up, check the king off, and build a bridge. So thanks for tuning in, everyone. We're winding down here. We will be back next week, 6:30 p.m. Central. We'll have a second commentator on for part of the night. 2180 rated Connor Weatherly, who was in the chat some tonight. And we'll be seeing the final round of the, I believe, final round. Yes. Of this month's tournament. See who wins the Masters Quad and who wins the Premier section and qualifies for next month's Masters Quad. So again, anyone not familiar with Lucena, he's got the king in front of the pawn. He's going to check, get the king off, and then he's just going to make his way out and eventually block with the rook. Queen is pawn. And here, since he lost contact with the pawn, he can even just check him off, and then, yeah, just proceed this way. It's just as easy. So very well played game by Ryan in the opening and middle game, but Miles was managed to unwind and find some accurate moves and take over in the end game. So very well played game by Miles, who seems to be having a very good tournament this month. I believe will probably be in prospect to win the tournament if he wins next week. I guess, yeah, you can't. He checked him back towards the king. Says he can't check him off because he can come back. It would be nice if he was totally forced off. Okay, so now I guess you can just try to check him off this way. Still a bit annoying. Or you can just play rook a5 and then try to go king a1. Would be a pretty decent way, it looks like to me, yeah. Because now what are you going to do to stop this? but still crafty by Ryan, not giving up. Okay, you did play rook a5, threatening rook a1. And now rook a1, rook takes pawn. But just play rook a2 and then rook a1, or then king a1. Or check the king off. I'd probably check the king off. Yep. Nice technique. Alright, and this should be it. So thanks again for tuning in or watching the replay. Appreciate your time, and tune in next week. Thank you so much.